Yo, how's it going? Yeah, it sounds like you had a busy day. Work sucked, so I didn't do much besides that. I tried to take a small nap. And that's my whole day. Just lots of work. Kids being fighting all day. It's never easy when they fight all day. Like fight each other. Fighting parents is one thing. Fighting each other is just nonstop. Some days they're the best of friends, and some days they are not. We might get a late start here. It all depends on how many people are going to show up for the raid. I'm not in raid yet, so I couldn't tell you. But this is like our third fear in a row, because we're not rotating our fear and hate. So I'm excited. I mean, fear's got like one item I need in it, maybe two, just for a tanking set. But the fact that we're doing hate on Thursday, and neither of the gods will be down, they'll be up for tonight and Thursday, that's good stuff. Ended up getting two really awkward, weird items from the rogue epic NPCs from last night. I got this really worthless Darkwood katana. It's not good at all. It's actually really horrible. But I wanted it for looks, and there was two there, and one rotted because no one wanted it. And then I got this enchanted Tel Dr Greatstaff, which is a 4 int 4 whiz, two-handed weapon, which is also a pile of crap. But I figured I can give this to my mage, and I spent 0 anything on it. It was once again going to rot, so I was like, does anybody want this? And everyone's like, no one wants that, that's junk. I was like, I will take the junk. I do have the 5 int dagger though, the Marnock one, the one I gave you. I have another one, just randomly got when I was actually in Mistmore on my druid. So it's like, I could just give him that and still have my offhand completely empty. I'm running low on food. Yeah, I guess it's a box, but still, it looks like a trunk. Junk in my trunk. I'm actually running out of room for stuff. Like, I need so many slots for arrows. I'm gonna have to buy that quiver, which will only hold like 4 stacks of arrows, but it applies the haste buff to all my shots, no matter where the arrows are coming from. That's not gonna buy me any room though. Maybe 4 extra slots in one of the Sharlock packs. And then I'm gonna lose one of my clicky slots. Looks like my guild leader wants to maybe do hate after ranger or hate after fear tonight. If we do fast fear. What do you mean 5 cents? Do I get paid for these ads or something? I never looked into it. I just set them at to the very minimum they are. Oh, I never looked. I've never looked in earnings before. I know that Jake had given me my first sub, and I never even bothered to look at where that goes and how it works. I know that if it's an Amazon Prime sub, which I believe it was for him, you know, Twitch guys, they only get like, what, $2 out of that? Or 3 maybe? We have a decent raid tonight. 28 so far, we'll probably have like 30, 35. Oh, I thought it was the opposite. Okay, so that's cool. I still don't know if he used a Prime sub or what, but I think he did. I think he just said he had it laying around, so... If I can remember, I'll check it later. Oh, okay, I see. It incentivizes getting more and more and more. Explains why people drop like 30 subs and gifts them to the entire chat, right? Oh, so you get no money for gift subs? That's really strange. It seems counterintuitive that nobody gets money from that because when you get a sub, you don't have ads. And I don't think you make any revenue if nobody watches them, right? I don't know how that works. We're on the move. It's all very complicated and stuff that I'm probably never going to read into. So I'll probably make no money off of it. I mean, maybe one day I'll hit the $50 mark and I'll have to see how to draw it out. The only thing I've noticed is that when an ad break hits, it doesn't matter if it's the shortest ad on the planet, half of your viewers just drop. They're like, fuck this, I don't want to listen to that crap. We're trying to pet this. That's why we're not killing it. Now we have to kill it. That's how I feel. I just want like a tiny little community. I don't want any money out of it. Just hang out with me while I do this. I did. I saw the Venom horse. I still haven't sat down to watch Venom 2. I have it, I just haven't seen it. You didn't like the first movie, though, did you? I love the first one. Oh, okay. You did see them then. You're one further than I am. I never saw the second one. But like I said, I did love the first movie. That was really great. Just don't have a lot of time for movies anymore, man. Wish I did. Sometimes I can get hold of a series or something and I'll just burn through it. Hey man, how you doing tonight? Really grinding on those Final Fantasies. Final Fantasies all together then. We're just doing some chill fear. Then we might do a little bit of hate, not a full clear because the bosses aren't up. But we need to get some people some of the epic pieces. So I'm looking forward to that. Tomorrow night should be a lot of fun actually. So we're doing the whole, and it'll have all the epic pieces in it for those that can drop. So we'll be doing different bosses because there'll be new bosses in there. Or at least new NPCs. Maybe not boss level stuff, but take them with you. It's only natural to want to eat your young. Do it. Evocation 201. I haven't seen a skill up in weeks. Come on, warrior, drop my arms. Then I have a full set of brilliant russet. Then I could be teal, or I could be green. I personally love my green set, that's why I'm wearing it tonight instead of doing a mix and match. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. I'm strength capped with both sets, but I have more decks with the mix and match. In fact, I don't even have decks from a shaman right now. Damn. Shaman buffs are so essential. It's like 65 or something. No, I get the Kermit the Frog thing. I like to look at it as, you know, I'm a ranger. I'm the green ranger. My camera's been so janky since I started using the experimental zeal. Hopefully they fix that in the actual release. It's weird that you say the Kermit the Frog thing. Because as soon as this raid started getting going, one of my guildmates did a impersonation of Kermit. And it was spot on, and people were like really wowed about it. I didn't say it was spot on. My guildmate said it was. It was pretty good. It was a pretty good impression. Not as good as, say, you know, Kermit doing a rendition of Creep by Radiohead. But pretty good. My baby is finally happy. Everyone went to bed, so she can finally rest. Her sister and her have been fighting all day. She's just like completely zonked out already. Her sister went to bed like 2 minutes ago. She's like, finally, I can go to bed. I was really wishing Maestro would be up tonight, but we just killed him, I think, yesterday or the day before. Oh, I just realized I don't have any good arrows to do Draco tonight. I'm gonna have to hoof it like a normal melee. That's sad. Oh well, though. Okay, I need to AFK briefly for just a few moments. Be back in just a few minutes here. Come back. My guild keeps doing these fear and hate runs on off nights where they just randomly roll for the gems. You can like walk out with a 2,000 platinum gem if you're lucky enough to win the roll. And at least they do it to where you can't really win more than one until everybody else has won something. Which there's so many people that there's plenty of people who don't win anything. One of our pickup raids earlier in the week to help people with their epics, we did that. But I only won like a ruby crown, which is like 160 platinum piece when people were winning like sapphires and diamonds. Looks like we're gonna be doing Draco very soon. Or at least that's the plan. Alright, Draco setting up. Come on, warriors. Damn it. I went disappear too. When the corpses just poof, I know that they don't have loot. I should probably get rebuffs before we set up for this. This was a really bad pull. I think we only have a couple mobs left. One in the kite over there. Only a few in camp. Two in camp? One in camp?
It was not by my hand that I'm once again in flesh. I was called here by humans who wish to pay me tribute.
I do not hate this remix. This is good. Any Symphony of the Night is okay in my book. Oh, it's a knight. I thought it was a warrior. Need my arms. Let's go, buds. That's a warrior. That could be Mr. Arms right there. It's got loot. What does it got? He's got the arms, isn't it? He's taking a long time to loot it. Oh, boots. Garbage.
How is it that I've been so defeated? You have been doomed ever since you lost the ability to love.
Gotta sit and mid up for a couple minutes here. But I'm not going AFK. Not that I need any amount of mana for Draco. Man, even with clarity, mana regen in Classic is just ass. I don't even have a lot of mana. I have like 1300 mana. We have a special enchanter mob in the zone tonight. The Wrath of Sishar. I assume some kind of snake creature, because that's the Sishar. They're snakes. Well, I guess we'll see. Just had one of my enchanters reach out, or one of the guildies reach out and see if he was up on track. And he is indeed up on track. So that should make for an interesting little interaction. I love all this new epic stuff. The stuff that's I've never seen before. I mean, I've never seen this raid before until a couple months ago, but I'm kind of bored of the raid itself. Every time we get this camp set up for Draco, more come in, more wander in. Fear is such a clusterfuck. I understand why people just AoE the whole zone when they're 60. But Secrets is not going to let us do that here, so... Welcome back from the ad break. Yeah, unfortunately there's nothing I can do about the ads. I have shortened them to the minimum amount that they can play, which is 30 seconds. I think they can go as high as 2 minutes, which is ridiculous. And they are the most infrequent. You can really crank them up like every 30 minutes or something. But I think I have mine the lowest, so I don't know what that is. I just saw those ads once I went affiliate, and I was like, I slid it all to the left for minimum across all of it. The only way to avoid the ads is to subscribe, so they want you to spend money. Or if you have Amazon Prime, they want you to use that. Because then for 30 days you become a subscriber, you don't have to worry about the ads. They don't play at all for you, I think. Well, if you posted it in the mod group, I'll try to check that out. Oh, I getcha. Oh, is there a Twitch Turbo? That's like a plus subscription. Plus plus. Because then yeah, like you said, you can watch as many channels as you wanted. It's nonsense. Thankfully I don't watch too many people, and the ads really don't bother me too much. I gotta stop giving my sub to Les though, because I don't catch him as often as I'd like. Les loves to stream on the weekends in the morning when I'm like doing stuff with my family. And I'll get the message like 8 hours later after I get home, and I'm like, oh, you're probably not still streaming. Or when I'm working and I can't even put my headphones on. If I knew how to break down exactly what I was watching, like whose channel gets the most out of my views or how many hours I'm watching, it would be yours. Because I'm always tuning into yours, and I'm actually active in yours. So I should just give you my sub next time it's up. Whenever the hell that is. At least I don't want to have to worry about ads bothering me. I mean, Les wouldn't appreciate it, but I don't know the next time he's streaming anyway. Finally, Draco time. Or so they say. There he is. The big dumb undead dragon. Once I see a mass of things run away from it, I know I can run out. Not yet. Stay on target. Stay on target. There it is. Everybody ran. Sure wish I had my bow equipped. Don't think I can land on him. Yeah, he's resistant to fire, I believe. His MR is high. He's a bellycaster, though. Strafe run. 20% faster. Now wait for them all to run. We go back in, we go back out, we go back in. This is literally what I get for not bringing my good arrows. My own fault. But I got to raid late. I hopped on late, I had to travel to Fear. I can't outrange him with just basic mage arrows. They're good, I just can't outrange him. I need special crafted arrows for that. Ones that I can fletch myself. I'm fairly certain mage arrows are 100 range, and I need at least 150 range arrows. Preferably 200, but those are very expensive to make. Your bow and your arrows stack with the range. So my bow is 200, and I need 350 range. So I need 150 at least range arrows for my 200 bow. Oh, all that gabbing I just did, and we're basically done. We're going to stay in and kill him this time. I mean, I could sit in there and hopefully resist the fear, but that's much easier said than done. I've done it a couple of times because it's a disease spell, so you can technically build enough resistance to it. My disease resistance right now is 164, fully buffed with my DR gear on. And he also does a really nasty dot, but I'm a ranger, I can actually out-heal it. If need be, I also have disease pots. Let's see if he... hopefully a BCG. There it is! Oh, we got a BCG. Now everyone's happy that we did this tonight. If this didn't drop, everyone would have said that the entire raid was a waste of time. It's funny how that works. Like, look at these vendor arrows I have. They have a range of 25. Oh, so the BCG is like primarily caster. Every caster wants it. Because in Lukeland we get all the added effects on the items, and this thing has got like mana recovery level 2. So it's got like a version of clarity built into it that starts applying once we get to... did I say Lukeland? I meant Vilios. Yeah, no int, right? It does seem strange. But the 75 mana and the 75 HP is really all you need on this thing. But the fact that it has more stamina, Dex is worthless for anybody who wants it. And then Strength is good because it's 7 more stones you guys can carry. Never underestimate a little bit of Strength. I know you're not going to melee anything. You throw stuff because you're weird. But, yeah. Although, I think throwing is based off of Strength and not something else. It could be based off of Agility, but I don't know. I can't wait to do these new mobs that are in here. None of these are the new mobs, by the way. Dex is proc rate, so it's not. Agility is for archery. But throwing might not be archery. I don't think they're related, so it would probably be strength. But there's no class based on throwing, so it really doesn't matter either way. Our camp is mega dirty right now. Ooh, Fart just started beating the shit out of me. I wish we were getting the planes revamps early, but we are not. They're scheduled in the timeline for like sometime in Velios. Because they add like a bunch of mini bosses into the planes, but they also boost. My kid just woke up and scared the crap out of me. Freaking BCG's going for 302 DKP right now. That's a big boy belt. $360 now for that belt. Damn. Whoa. Apparently this item that came from this Ixar broodling, this Child's Tear, is apparently the entire Shaman Epic? And the BCGs just went to 400? Good lord. That's like that's the whole Shaman Epic basically. Holy shit. It's called a Child's Tear. So when you kill the golems in here after Kunark releases, it has a chance to spawn a little Ixar broodling, which is like a baby Ixar. Like the a children Ixar. And if they have a chance to drop this Child's Tear. So shamans, their whole epic is basically a bunch of faction. They have to like absolutely maximize one faction. And the quest is called a Test of Patience because it takes so long to do. But we already have a shaman in guild who's done the entire faction portion. They were just waiting for that tier. So you get that tier and then there's a fight, and then that's it. That's the entire shaman epic. But they have to wait for the fight in Kunark. Shaman epic is pretty damn good. It's like one of their best dots for free. With no cooldown. You can just spam it on everything. Comms are absolutely blowing up right now because of that and a bunch of other stuff. They're going to loot council that Child's Tear, apparently. BCG 400 still. Oh, they're going to give it to Brap. That's so awesome. They loot counciled it to him. Brap's our whipping post. We love him. It's his birthday every single day. We tell him happy birthday every day. Been most helpful, and he's been to like every raid. He has like 100% raid attendant. He is a very helpful guy. He's a grumpy old man, like get off my lawn, kids. But we love him. Hop on and level. You never get your mage epic if you don't level. And rest looks kind of bumping right now. It won't tell me how many are in there because I'm not in there to check. I did a /who all unrest, and you know, the request was cut short because there was too many players to list. So there might be 20 to 30 people in there right now. You just never know until you pop on and look. Another golem. Let's see if we can get another Iskar broodling. Might make another shaman really fucking happy tonight. We'll see. Ah, see? There you go. Another broodling, holy shit. I think we just got another one. Holy shit, we got another child's tear. Unbelievable. Oh, the BCG's still going. 430 now. The bone class girdle, the belt. They're still building on it. That's how important it is. 430 is a ton of DKP. It keeps resetting the timer on the bid timer. Anytime somebody puts a bid in. That's the way our system works. When pretty much like 30 seconds of dead air, then it goes to the winner. But if people keep bidding up, even if it's one at a time. I have some ugly stuttering. I'm gonna have to get that fixed. I think it's because the new version of Zeal, it changes the way that the FPS works when you're like falling. And that probably is screwing something up because I set mine to like 120 or 144 for smoothing reasons, and I should probably drop it back down to 60 or 30 in the I. I'm gonna get like full rebuffs, man. 430 DKP for the BCG, finally done and over with. Jeez, that took a long time. I'm gonna have to get some new buffs here. Wasn't paying attention. I was trying to research my choppiness to see where it was coming from. And it was related to that FPS thing that Zio did. So how's Unrest looking if you're there already? You may want to look into something called Quarm tool. It's also a parser that has a map program on it. And a couple of months ago, the map program was dog shit, but they've improved it quite a bit. It's just that it's really far zoomed out. It'll show like the entire map, and you can zoom in, and now it autofocuses on your character. Instead, before it didn't autofocus, which was really freaking annoying. You go so far on the map and you have to readjust the map like every couple seconds, but now you don't have to do that. It also has triggers It also has a DPS meter, but the DPS meter is jank. And then it's got a mob info window. So if you target a mob and you call on it, it'll like bring a bunch of information into a mob window. And it's all good stuff. The map is pretty good, but I like the triggers window the most. That's why I use it, because it like gives you audio or visual triggers for like if somebody invites you to a party. I just do audio triggers for everything. So to say like so invited you to a party, or if like my snare is wearing off, or if my root drops, I can trigger the audio triggers for that. It's called Quarm Quarm tool, and it also goes by the moniker Pig Parser. But Quarm tool, if you just like Google Quarm tool, TAC P fork. No, EQ tool, not Quarm tool. Sorry. If you Google EQ tool, TAC P fork, you'll get the parser. It's one program, and it's got like several windows that you can open or not. You can set them to focus so that they sit on top of all your windows. Like if you want the map to stick on top. It's pretty cool tool. I've been screwing around with it for the past like 5 days. And again, I've used it months ago and it was ass, but now it's much better. The map is much better now. You actually have the option. Oh shit. Green mist breastplate dropped. It's only for Ixar. But we can't have Ixar here yet. Holy shit. It's such a good piece. Anyway, like I was saying, yeah, look into that. You might like it more than just Empars. Because Empars is a pain in the ass, especially when you're switching tunes. I know you don't have alts or anything, so it doesn't really bother you, but when you switch tunes with Empars, you have to go and redirect it to each tune. With EQ tool, you don't. You just log in the tune and it knows what you're doing. And it uses the same lock macro that you would use with Empars. Because it's just, it's just using your log. I felt naked without having a dead man float. Gotta have my dead man floating spell. That's why I love Necros. A 1 hour long levitate, see invis. What else does it do? Oh yeah, invisibility versus the undead. Holy crap. Whatever we're pulling in right now has got 175,000 hit points. For comparison, the god that lives in this zone, Kazakh who we'll be fighting later, only has 32k. So like, he's a big boy, but he doesn't hit for shit, so. So the general we fought last night twice for the rogue epic, who took forever, he's got 50% more HP than that guy. Yeah, but the general, he fucked, dude. That guy hit so hard. This guy's apparently hits like a wet noodle, so even if he's got double the health, it shouldn't be too bad. Or so they say. I'm going off of just what these guys are saying. But my guildies are pretty damn accurate when it comes to this sort of stuff because they've been doing it for 25 years. Some warriors here. I believe the mob we're killing for this next mob, this big mob, is for the Shadow Knight epic? We'll see. It's a wizard. The mob we're killing is for wizard epic. I think only one wizard in our group or in our guild is ready for this. Damn it, the gloves. I need the arms. Come on, drop arms, guys. I shouldn't have let those arms go the other week for like 5. I should have actually spent a little bit of DKP. Instead, I'm a greedy bastard with my DKP, and I shouldn't be. Alright, we're on the move here. I'm going to be doing the wizard epic fight here. A guy with, it's called a broken golem. Oh, it's tiny! Look at this little thing. This thing's got like 160k HP. Apparently he's like immune to all magic. He's just an apprehensively, and he's green. Yeah, right. This thing is green. It's got 160k HP and it's green. I love the con system. It's so broken. They're saying it's going to take like 10 minutes to do this fight. Jeez. Glad I just got rebuffed. Oh, he got bigger. He's enraged now. Oh yeah, he's redneck. That's a sizable amount for unrest. Oh, he's already down 10%. Give me a break. This isn't so bad. Oh, well, we're using a very special charm pet here. That's why he's going down so fast. There's a skeleton called Iraq. He's for something else. He's like Iraq Ital. It's a skeleton, but he's doing an absolute massive amount of damage. The highest real player damage right now, looking at this DPS meter, somebody has done 1,700 damage. This Iraq guy has almost done 7,000. He's worth 6 to 7 times more than a real player. Enchanters for you. Yeah, the knowledge to know. The knowledge to know what to tame, or what to pet and what not to. He just looks like a normal-ass skeleton. You can't even discern him in the group of skeletons that are punching right now. But he's in there, punching like a absolute gold gloves boxer. Knocking this golem's block off. Certainly not a 10-minute long fight though, like they suggested. We're passing the 100k cusp right now. There we go. We just did 100k damage to him. And that was, we saw 40%, so yeah. Oh, Secrets is streaming. I wonder what she's doing. Probably development tasks. Or she may be playing Teak. She streamed Teak for a couple days after it released. This golem's going down. We've done 130k damage so far. Oh, he's enraged. Don't want to be in front of him. And he's dead. That is what dropped. A green oil. For wizard only. Secrets Past. Yeah, she is streaming. I don't know what she's streaming, but I see her streaming because I follow her. Or are you saying that you saw her in game? Because she's probably streaming what she's doing in game. She often does that. She likes to zip around the zones to see what people are doing. Sometimes you can see her, sometimes you cannot. Oh, okay. Ah, Teak. Yeah, I figured. She was very supportive of Teak. Just in general, Dark Paw. She's not a Dark Paw hater. Because without them, we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing here. And they definitely know we exist. They just never made a public statement about it. So it's kind of like, let's talk them up, let's love on them, and hopefully they never turn their evil eye towards us. As far as we know, they're happy that we exist, just like P99. But P99 has the official, the sticker, the Dark Paw approval sticker, meaning that they really can't be taken down for any reason whatsoever unless they start doing like RMT or shady shit. Although I've heard that RMT is absolutely something that's happening there. Oh yeah, we got a warrior. Just enjoy the little things. The fact that we have a functioning tab target alone is worth playing on the server now. Because that didn't work for the longest time until Zeal fixed it. Another warrior. That one's got loot. Better have my arms. Damn it! More gauntlet. Okay, this warrior. This warrior's got. Oh, that one poofed. No gear. That skeleton ended up doing like 25k damage to that boss. I thought one gorilla was doing more at like 26, but that was all the gorillas combined. Oh, I have no idea when it comes to Slash Blade. Mine's skewed because I've been 50 for so long. It doesn't matter how long you play it. What's good or bad? If you get to 50, you consider yourself good regardless of how long it took. Because you still have to stay 50 once you're 50. So think about it like that. I wonder how many warriors we got left. There's 5 warriors left. One of them has got to have a pair of arms on, though. Need it. I'm actually willing to dip into my DPS or my DKP reserves just to cinch a win on. I just want them out of the way. I know we got 3 more weeks of fear. Well, fear as we know it. I just want to get my tanking set taken care of, squared away. Welcome back from the ad break. One mob just had a ruby, a black sapphire, and a diamond on it. One mob. I swear that mob just came from the bank. Wraith of Sishar. It is a harpy. Or what Gorgon, they call them Gorgons in this game. Let's see if I can land on it. Oh, I can land on this, okay. But it's going down so fast. Yeah, we really did. He's like, I'm gonna make some resist gear and sell for a bunch of plat. Oh god! That's what you get. Our guild is on the wrong side of the tracks. We're here to mug people. Head of the Serpent. I believe this is for the Enchanter. Because their weapon is a little snake on a stick. Yeah, they just confirmed it's for the Enchanter. Aha, but I figured it out myself. I have no idea what their epic is, what it does, or if it's any good. I mean, even people with the shittiest epics in the game still want to complete their epic, so... It's hard to determine based on excitement. So they're pretty much loot counseling every dropped item, which is really awesome. Because if they do that for Thursday, for the Emerald, if the Emerald so happens to drop, I'd be a happy boy. I don't even know if I would be picked for the first loot council drop giveaway thing. But I still like that better. It just shows that the people with the highest rate attendance and put in the most work get it. I don't want to throw a wall of DKP at an item that we're going to see multiple times just because I get it first. I like our hybrid loot system. So hybrid loot for just only a very few items are loot counseled, and then everything else is DKP'd or rolled. There's a lot going on, so some things you can get for very cheap, and some things you are going to have to fight for, and some things are given to you because you're good. You're good at what you do anyway. Okay, so it's got their best haste in it. It's a clicky haste. That's great, yeah. This is like a 15-minute long buff, so they're constantly having to reapply it. It's swift like the wind, right? That's what they give out now. Another pair of boots? This is ridiculous. Oh, Speed of the Sishar. I think Swift Like the Wind is up 65, so maybe it's 1% more. I don't know how much Swift is. I'd have to look it up. I'm a little spoiled because I reached the haste cap by myself. But that will change in 3 weeks because then the haste cap goes up from 75 to 100. And I do not have enough haste to haste cap alone. I'll need over haste from a bard or something. Because I won't be able to get any more worn. I'll probably just have to stop using my cloak and get the Sishar crap. Ah, okay. Well, they'll probably... The fact that it's a 4% difference is really stupid. Because everyone's probably going to want Wondrous Rapidity. Because if you're not capped, you want to get as close to cap as possible. But we'll see once we're all 60. Also depends on if Wondrous is dropped or not, because we may not have it right away. So with even if it's Sisar or Wondrous, I'll still be haste capped. Not counting over haste at 60, because I'm going to hold on to my belt, which is 40% haste. I don't have to worry about my cape at all. Because I'm 90% by myself. So if I'm not going to get rid of my cape, I'll probably still use it solo. Because being 90% of your haste cap is still better than nothing. But in raids, I'll probably want to do Wondrous. Swift like the wind, not speed like the wind. Swift Like the Wind is the one that they currently cast now. I think it's closer to 50% haste. If I was saying Speed Like the Wind, that's on me, and I apologize. Damn, only 2 warriors left in the raid. 2 amygdalin warriors who can drop my arms. Not actual warriors. I think we only have 1 warrior, and that's Meaty Boy. No, we have Monster here tonight. Yeah, good. How long does Sishar last? Because that's also important. Because Swift Like the Wind is only like fucking 15 minutes. It's awful. Oh, here's one of the warriors, baby. I'm gonna call the flame on it for good luck. My crappy ranger knew. Somebody loot it and it not go away, not go away. It's got loot. Come on, arms. Gauntlets again! Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. We've had like fucking 3 pairs of gauntlets and 3 pairs of boots tonight. That's the luck. That's the RNG right there. This is the last warrior, and I know it's not gonna drop shit. Grrr. Yep, see? Insta-pop. No loot. Oh well. It's just a tanking set. I probably won't be doing that much tanking anyway. Ugh, god damn it. This thing just debuffed me. Is it 20 minutes? I feel like it's only 15 here on the server. It could be 20? Oh, speed is 20, or, yeah. Shishar is 20. Honestly, that doesn't matter because it's a clicky. So, our enchanters won't be pissed when you whisper them for it. So, no mana, it's just a click. I like long-term buffs, because I hate asking for them again. We could potentially get a 3rd Broodling tonight off of this last golem. And if that's the case, we get a 3rd Shaman Epic. We wouldn't have anybody to give it to, pretty much. I mean, we probably have 1 or 2 people. Maybe an alt, for sure. Yeah, another Broodling. Jesus Christ. There's no telling if it actually has a child's tear on it, but we'll see. It'd be great if all of our shamans do. Shamans, it's like probably the worst class to play in a raid. I would never be able to do it. They have to give everybody like fucking a million buffs. They're all on different timers. Everyone's bothering you all the time, and then you're like... Sorry, they were talking. They've just chosen the enchanter they're going to give the head of the serpent to. Very awesome enchanter. We have a ton of enchanters too because they're so OP. So yeah, I want all their shamans to have one. It gives them something to click that does damage and not feel so useless. Well, they're not useless in a raid. They're just overused in raids. Until we get like in Plains of Power when all the buffs last for like 3 hours each, and they're like group buffs. They're basically classic paladins in WoW. Like tiny little buffs, but everybody needs multiple of them. You have to watch a million different buff timers. It's a thankless job. Experience it how though? Like just having to watch them like just want to kill themselves, or did you actually play a paladin? Because there's no add-ons in Classic EQ where you could do that like you could in Classic EQ. Or Classic WoW, where you could just get an add-on to tell you who needs what, buff bot or whatever it was called back then. Yeah, watch the Mate Life. Even with mods or add-ons, it was still... We got a 3rd Child's Tier. God damn. I assume Secrets made the tier 100% drop. There was an add-on in Classic that handled that. I don't remember what it was called. It wasn't Buff Bot, but it was something that watched all your buffs. This way, it would let you know when you have to rebuff on people, like when it hit the 30-second mark out of the 5-minute buffs, because those buffs only lasted 5 minutes, and then the greater blessings lasted 15, I think. The add-ons are so much more sophisticated now than they were back then. Oh yeah. I suppose that makes sense. Porting backwards is way harder than porting forward. I could have sworn Atlas loot was a thing in in Cataclysm. Or maybe it's just they just don't have an old enough version still laying around of that to, you know, spiffy up and get it working. Or maybe because the architecture on the classic servers are so much different than the actual servers back in retail. I feel like Atlas Loot was like a BC add-on way back when. But each rendition, and then the servers not being one for one, I can understand that being a development mess. I wouldn't want to do that. Not for free, anyway. Plus, WoW now, with its add-ons, you have to go through these weird third-party stuff for them. It's not, you know, ever since they dropped from Curse. That was a very weird transition. All those res. That SV magic is worth almost all the other reses, but yeah, having plus on all that, 60 mana, 40 HP, 20 int. That int is overkill. 15 charisma, stamina, strength. Yeah, that thing is amazing. Yeah, I can understand why they would want that. Just having the clicky haste alone, they would have it equipped. Yeah, our main enchanter. I mean, we have lots of enchanters, and they're all very, very active. But the guy who won it, his name is Lisette. He's a really cool dude. I don't know how much, percentage of his epic that is, because I don't know the quest. But, the shamans are all ecstatic because it's basically like 90% of their epic. Must be nice to be one of those classes. I don't know which one I'd rather have more. Be like a rogue or a paladin who can get their epic done now, or somebody who just like does one thing in Kunark and gets theirs done. Wait, what's TR? Is it strength, you mean? Arrakis Tyrant. You would be the only person on Earth who cares that it can do damage. Like, yes, now I gotta get my one-hand blunt to 200. Or whatever skill cap is for a mage. Is it Arrakis? Or Arrakis? Because I think Arrakis and I think of Dune. Is Arrakis from Dune? What am I thinking of? I think it's Dune. Yeah, it's the planet, right? That's the official term. That's the normal populace's name for it. The natives. But there's more than one Arrakis. The films and the books all center around the one core one. That son of a bitch got me. Debuff. I seem to recall another Dragon Lord as well. With a very Shadow Knighty name that I've seen in MMOs being used for years and years and years now. I just can't think of it off the top of my head. It's a pretty short name. But it's not Arrakis. That's not what I'm thinking of. Nope, it's not that one. No, they're not that long. It's a short name. It's probably like 4 or 5 letters long or something. Soth. That's what it is. Soth. He was a Dragon Lord, right? Oh, he wasn't? Okay. A Spectre? I thought he had... I thought he was like the equivalent of like a Death Knight. Because like every Death Knight I knew in WoW tried to use some variation of his name. Okay, yeah. So essentially the same. Because that's what Death Knights and WoW were. They were essentially dead people, uh, reborn to serve for Arthas, the Lich King. Yeah, but I played with a lot of Soths over the years. Yeah, Raceland transcends like every MMO. There's always a million Racelands. He's by far the most popular. But if there's like a Dark Knight or an Undead Knight, you see a lot of Soth as well. It's funny, I never see anything about Kinder or Tasselhoffs when it comes to games that have halflings. What's Raceland's brother's name? Doesn't he have a brother? Caramon? That sounds vaguely familiar. It's been ages since I've listened to any of these books or read them. Marjorie is the last name? I have a neighbor whose name is Marget. Almost identical spelling. I remember him having conflict with his brother, Raceland, because Raceland was going like the evil path just to gain power. But then they like found out that it was killing him, and he knew the whole time because he's kind of a dick. He's like, I really didn't consider your feelings because I don't care about your feelings. Something along those lines. I did like whatever I read about Raceland or listened to when I was listening to the audiobooks. I liked him quite a bit, but not in the way where it's like. Normally, I like the super duper edgy character, but I wouldn't say that he was edgy. He was just a dark and brooding, sure, all that good stuff, but he was like. I don't think he was edgy. I want to say that he was because that's the thing to say, but he was before that terminology came around. Like Elric, I would say that that's one of the oldest fantasy type guys. He's an edgy motherfucker, big time. He like oozes edge. I think Raceland was a little bit deeper than one word. Alright, we're gonna kill CT here. Kazakh Thol. We have killed everything else in the zone. And then I think we're either gonna go to Hate for a little tiny bit, or we're gonna do Finny. He's wielding a two-hander. Looks like he's got a... probably a Blood Moon, I think it might be. Well, no, I think the Blood Moon is a one-handed scythe. We'll see. It's something. I'm just running around all fear. As I was trying to get myself killed. I can't even get killed when I want to get killed. Three, 2, 1, 0, dead. Let's see what fat loot he dropped. He died in the hourglass. Oh shit, an AON. That's 4 out of 5. There's all your god loot. The slime blood of Kazakh Thol. These hands, these are brand new. These are Kunark drops for the epic. I think this is part of the Necromancer epic. But look at them. +2 to everything. Including all resistances. 20 HP, 20 mana. These things are amazing. They're saying Necro Epic. The Spiritualist Hammer, we have like a million of these things. It's only for Shaman Barbarians. They're kind of worthless. I mean, if you're a Shaman Barbarian, it's pretty great. Because you can get them for cheap. The AON, can't do a damn thing about. That's 4 out of 5 AON. I can't bid on it. I would love to dump 400 DKP into that thing right now. Soul Leech, that's for the Shadow Knight Epic. And then the Darkwood Trunk, which is a 100% weight reduction, 10-slot giant trunk. One of these days I'll bid on the bags, but that day is not today. Although it's only 40 DKP right now, for one. Well, that one actually is a trunk. Mine's not. Mine's a box. But now I kind of want a trunk. So I can put my junk in said trunk. But 40, it's a really great bid for it. I just don't want to bid on it right now. Not feeling it. And they're going to loot council the slime blood. They're going to loot council, yeah, the gloves. The trunk. Yeah, I think I'm just going to let it go for 40 to the winner. I'm not going to bid that stuff up. It is. It's a friggin' icon of a trunk. And lizards can get them right now. Because there is an alternative Kern's Tower to bring down the populace of the original Kern's Tower in Kunark right now. So if you click on the book, you go to an alternate Kern's Tower, and the book is still, or the box is still dropping in there from the mobs that are in there. And Secret says that's perfectly okay. Lizards deserve a box too. They shouldn't have to wait until next year. So once I can get into Kern's, which is like level 8 start, but you can't loot until you're 10. If I lose the anime avatar, he's a goblin. That's Steve, and the little guy in his pocket, that's Tim. I wasn't going for an anime thing. I just don't want to put myself on camera. I don't like being on camera. I do that enough for work. On my OnlyFans. No, it's worthless. The avatar is worthless. It's not going to draw people in. It might not even... It might turn people away. It might. But I don't care. If you're not coming to talk, then I don't care if you watch or not. I just want to have normal conversations. Even if they're with very old people, because that seems to be the only type of demographic that plays this game. Which I'm kidding, because my guild is actually mostly young people. And by young, I mean like, you know, late 20s to mid-30s. One of our monks got the AON. It's very good for them to have junk buffs. I say do what you like. I've seen somebody using a big-tittied anime 3D model for EQ before, and guess what? They had like 25 viewers. So I think old men like big-titty anime people too. It really doesn't matter. I like my goblin because he's a goblin. I don't want to do the 3D one though. I don't like the way the 3D ones look. The PNG ones, I actually think are pretty funny and cool. Well, Steve and Tim aren't going to be able to help you out there, bud. I would like to get this one further animated, though, so that the little one in his pocket slaps his hands. I'd like him to slap the hands. Not clap, but just, like, slap the coat. I don't know, the 3D ones are just jarring. Although there's a guy I watch on here. He's in my guild, his name is Rupo. But he goes by, like, I forget his name on Twitch, but he has like a 3D animated imp that just sits over a crystal ball. And sometimes he hooks it up to his mic, and sometimes he doesn't. And when he doesn't, he like falls asleep randomly, and it's just really fun to watch. That's his avatar. It's not necessarily linked to him half the time, and that's just become his thing. And he turned his channel into he based his entire channel off of it. So he has like imp coins, and all of his custom emojis are all imp based. When he raids people, he's raided me before. He drops off his implings at the pool. He drops off the imps at the pool. It's fucking funny. I love it. I think there's definitely ones that are cringe, but I wouldn't say my little guy's cringe. Maybe he is to some people, but I like having the visualizer. He's talking, you guys know I'm talking. When you see him talking and you can't hear me, you know I'm talking off mic. Oh, apparently that Darkwood trunk, somebody bid last second, and now they're going into a bidding war for it. Ridiculous. Yeah, you can't have a chill tyrant. He's got to be pretty irate. I just love goblins. I went out and specifically looked for a copyright-free PNG tool to make a goblin avatar. I just like them for some reason. I ended up with two, but I use this one more. I like it more. It reminds me of those olden days when we played D&D, and I created Schmitty. Actually, you guys really created Schmitty. I may have put pen to paper, but, you know, that character would have never been fleshed out without you guys in the campaign that he ran through. Just got my wizard fling. Oh, I had to turn off my map, and now I'm very confused as to where I am. I know what row I'm in. This away. Did anybody say what the order we're doing for tomorrow? Wait, I'm talking to the wrong channel. You guys can't answer that question. They didn't actually. I just got my guild leader to actually do the work. We're still gonna do tomorrow in reverse order, so we'll start at the hole. People were kind of complaining. They're like, we've done it in reverse order for like 3 weeks now. Let's go back to dragons first. But you know, there's people in different time zones who don't get to do the hole if it's first or if it's last. Something like that. I don't know. Doing a little intermission. We'll have everyone doing their smoke breaks and crap before we get underway. We're really here just to try to get our paladin his epic. We're trying to get a thought destroyer to proc off of the undead that we kill in here, the female undead. If we get that thought destroyer to pop, we will have a paladin epic by the end of the night, I'm sure. Like, I don't think that the paladin that we have here is going to go to sleep until he has his. But it's only a 5% chance after you kill the mob for a thought destroyer to proc. Or pop, I should say. Yeah, well, honestly, the way that Secrets is doing the bottlenecks is very strange because some of them are very, very low, like the Paladin Epic. And then you have some spawns, like they were talking about one that's very close to one of the dragons that we're going to be doing tomorrow. There's a character who lives in a house somewhere in a zone very close by. And she's for the Enchanter Epic. She was originally on a 7-day respawn timer with a 3-day variance. And now she's on a 15-minute timer. So you have all of these different bottlenecks that are being helped out and altered in a way that benefits people not having to wait around. But you leave the Paladin Epic a 5% drop or a 5% pop chance off of like maybe 5 or 6 mobs in an entire raid zone. Why didn't you just up it to like, 15%, 20%, something like that? This way you can ensure, like, probability-wise, you have at least one popping per raid. The same reason why, like, I went on the Quarm Discord and asked about the Emerald. I was like, are you going to increase that to 100%? And they're like, no, Maestro Infinity have a 50% chance, and that's perfectly fine. And I agree, 50% is more than enough, with a probability of 1 per raid between the 2 mobs. But still, like, I just don't understand the logic behind some of the bottlenecks not being altered and some of them being altered. If you're going to make all of them like 15-minute spawn timers that are in outside zones, then you need to do something about the raid ones too. I mean, eventually everyone's going to have their damn epics very quickly because of instance rating just alone because of that fact. But you have, on top of instance rating, she's reduced the spawn timers on all bottlenecks outside of rating in open zones by like 1,000,000%. Inside the I'm going to take a 30-second AFK. I want to go grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back. Never mind, we have to do an AFK check real quick. Once we get established inside a crate, I guess I'll go grab another Coke. Welcome back from the ad break, everybody. You know, actually, I was thinking about that today. So, my ideas, I think I was going to do like 2 different ideas. One are port tickets for like maybe 1.5k or 2k points or something like that. Where if you're on my stream and you ask for a port, and if I'm not in a raid or doing something in a party, I will get on my druid immediately and port you for random strangers. I know that really doesn't apply to you because you get like 1,000,000 of those tickets for free just by being my best friend. But I thought it would be a cool reward. And then another reward would be like an in-game favor beyond a port. Like if you need plat or you need something. Spells delivered, something along those lines. Uber Eats. Or if you need a power level, you want me to follow you around on my druid for 5 minutes and give you some DSs or something, you know? Something along those lines. But I'm going to make that one pretty high because I don't know where I want to lay, where I want that to lay with how much platinum I'll give away with it. Like free 1,000 platinum for 10k points. That's not worth watching my channel for 1,000 platinum, but I can make it something like that. Yeah, that, in the end, I would like to do something like that. I don't want this channel to be all about me raiding. I want to have those nights where I'm leveling and doing solo crap and people talking to me. Yeah. Oh, I could do something like that. Like, yeah, Ranger Gate at 10k points. I automatically get myself killed. Get myself killed on purpose, and don't take an EXP res. There you go. That's got to be worth big points, though. Server's taking a shit. Oh, go level a rogue. That sounds awful. I would make you spend the 25k points and then I get like level 2 and then just quit. But like make me swap tunes? That would be a cool reward. Force me to swap tunes. Again, as long as I'm not in like a raid setting or a group setting. Is Unrest crashing right now? If you're in Unrest? I don't know if you got in Unrest. But our hate just took a dump. Some people are saying that they didn't get it, but... I don't even have the server listed. And there's people in my guild that are like, yeah, we didn't get disconnected at all. No, other people are having issues too. We're joking about it right now. I was like, maybe it's just, you know, fuck you East Coasters. And someone was like, I'm in the East Coast. I'm like, well, maybe it's just fuck you Thatch. We're talking fucking Shrek in our Discord right now. Because we were talking about me being a worthless ranger. I was like, hey, I died for your sins. And they're like, you're just digital Jesus. I was like, I even got the badass goatee to match. But then we went on a little spat. I said, you know, in 3 weeks I'll have weapon shield, so I'll be like a little bit more worthwhile. And then my guild leader's like, do you know how to road bump or to speed bump? And I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about, man. So he explained it, you know, how to swap tanks and what I do in that instance, what I'm useful for. I basically hit weapon shield, rip aggro as they swap the tanks, and if I die, I die. I was like, so basically it's like Lord Farquaad from Shrek, right? You know, some of you may die, some of you rangers may die, but that is a price we are willing to pay. The fact that my odds of surviving after tanking go up so significantly with weapon shield, I don't mind that if I occasionally die doing it. Yeah, so if they take too long on the rotation, on the rod, what I'll do is like the main tank will be swapping to the off tank, but the whole chain or the whole complete heal chain rotation for the clerics will have to swap. And while they're doing that, I hit weapon shield, then my parry goes to like 1500%. And then I snap aggro with like flame lick or something stupid. And I just hold it for as long as the weapon shield lasts. And then you have the off tank, which would never be a warrior, snap aggro back. And if everybody does everything correctly, I live. But if they don't, if they take too long, I'll die, and that's okay. Yeah, there you go. The world needs ditch diggers too. Such is the life of a ranger. I love it though. Like, I'm gonna be pretty grumpy from going from 50 to 60, that grind, and some of it's gonna be televised here on Twitch, but you're just gonna see me upset that nobody wants to take rangers in their party. But hopefully I'll be doing a lot of it with guild, so they understand. We only have like, you know, 3 real tanks in this guild, so all of us rangers are gonna be pretty important. Because we're excellent group tanks. Our aggro is bar none. I can rip from any tank in my guild. And they just recently, like, this week? No, last week they fixed Taunt. Taunt actually works on the server now, holy shit. It's amazing. When it hits, you actually steal aggro now. It's working as the way it's supposed to be. But for, you know, 8.5 months it didn't work that way. People just took it off their bars, it was completely fucking worthless. Well, you see a lot of druids later in the later levels don't get any love. But once they start picking up their Kunark heals, the love returns. Because in most cases, if a group's going to have the choice between no cleric, you have like shaman or druid. They'll always pick shaman because their buffs are more important. But they'll always be looking for you when they want to leave the dungeon because they want to port. But Enchanter? If you're an Enchanter without a group, you're doing something horribly, horribly wrong. You are the Mac Daddy of Heimlich County if you are an Enchanter playing EverQuest in the Classic era, or any era. You are God. You choose what you want to do, how you want to do it, and when you want to do it. You are the best. You have the most important buffs in the game. You have the strongest pets in the game. You are the strongest everything. But With great power comes great responsibility. One pet break where you're not paying attention and it will lop your head off. Yeah, that makes sense with druids though. Well, Micro, or to anybody in your position where you're just gotten into the server, maybe a week or two ago, or however long it's been, and you're feeling a little bit left out on the FOMO for not being able to get all Kunarked out. Kunark will be here for 9 months, which that's how long it takes to make a baby and turn it into a real thing. It's an extremely long time. In the scope of like content releases, it's a very long time. You will have time to do everything you want to do, even if you don't hit 60 until 3 months into Kunark, 4 or 5 months into Kunark. You still have tons of time to finish your epic. Even if you don't even make it through Kunark, say you don't hit 60 until you're in Velios, you're still gonna want to go and finish your epic and do a bunch of old stuff. Oh yeah, from the male perspective. But that is the demographic playing the game, so you're right. I find being needed taxing. You're not wrong, dude. There's some days where, where you just think to yourself, when's the last time I did anything for me? And you just learn that sacrifice is like the one thing you're going to be doing all the time. So it becomes so commonplace that it doesn't depress you or anything. It's just life. Well, you could always make it like an analogy like this. If the male portion is only 5 minutes, right? That's just like secrets turning on the server, flipping the switch to set the expansion on. We as players have to bake it for 9 months, and we will be baking it for 9 months. We'll be absorbing all the content. And everyone I've ever spoken to says, and I've mentioned this before, Kunark really is the other half of Classic. People don't think Classic is complete until you have Kunark, which doesn't make sense because it's an expansion. But Classic itself wasn't complete until Kunark released. That's the true Classic experience. You can add Velios on top of that. That's what most people think is the true experience, the trifecta. Classic and its first 2 expansions. They think Luklin was dirty. And some people think Pop destroyed the entire game, but Pop was the most popular expansion by far if you put it in a poll. It's either that or Kunark. It just really depends. You're probably going faster than I did on my Necro. But then again, I had no motivation for my Necro besides to just enjoy gaming. This was months before Secrets decided that instance rating was going to be a thing. Even before rotational rating was an option. It was all poop sock when I first joined, and I was like, well, I have no reason to be 50 because I can't poop sock. I believe this is the mob right here, a Scorn Banshee. I believe she has the 5% chance to proc a, or pop a Thought Restoring. She is indeed the one, but we didn't get one. Another reason why I don't think you're going slow by any means, it's your first character. Like, I know that you had characters in the past, like 20 years ago and stuff, or even as little as like 10 years ago. But it's your first character here, and you're getting minimal help. So you're having to like go look at online resources to see where you got to go for your next zone, level ranges. You're stopping to do research. You're stopping to do parts of your Mage Epic and quest stuff. You know, it's just the first time player experience. You're fully immersed in it, which I don't think is slow. I think that's completely at the pace you should be going. Although I see you're like what, 22 going on 23 or something like that. It's still fast, man. It's only 50 levels right now. And after, 34, you can group with 50. Not that you'll get many opportunities to do that, but it still stands. When you hit like 43 or something, you'll be able to group with 60s. Sam feels that way, or she felt, a little bit like that, where it's like, well, I've already missed the hump, so what's the point, right? And I'm like, man, it's just not WoW though, because there is no hump to miss. There is a pack of people who put too much effort into playing, and that pack is going to be a jumbled fuckball mess, and you don't want to be part of it anyway. Like, we're going to be doing it because we got nothing else to do. We're going to be wanting to level, and we're going to try to eke out our little ways and hopefully instant zones and stuff where the clusterfuck isn't. But for anybody experiencing it at a slow, just maybe a week or two behind, or even months behind, it's actually better for you because you'll get to experience those zones as they're supposed to be, not just all like super hyper camp. Like playing an Ixar on the first day was awful. But now it's a little bit more bearable because there's only like 70 people per zone instead of 570. We need 34 to group with a 50, but we'll all be 60 in like 3 weeks, or at least 4 weeks. Give us a week, and we'll get those last 10 levels. Once the level cap increases for us, I think you need to be 43 to group with a 60. But essentially, yeah. Oh man, we pulled a huge giant pull. We had to back out our raid. It's the beauty of the raid. If you disband and you do any activity that's like considered malicious, like if you attack, even if you attack a friendly target, it just kicks you out of the raid. So the mobs can't kill you. Also, even if you disband and you're not in a group, and a mob hits you, they can't kill you unless they one-shot you, because it teleports you out. A bunch of people are leaving now that we had to back out. They're like, you know what? Now's the time to go to bed. Yeah, I mean, technically, we're in that month though. So July 1st is bam, you can hit the cap. And there's gonna be people leveling right away. Like everyone in my guild will be 51 within a few minutes of Kunark dropping. Then those last 9 levels will probably take most people between a week or 2, I would imagine. But we're still gonna be raiding, so it's gonna be really hard for me to find time to freaking level. I'm gonna have to find solo leveling. Yeah, so you do have to hit 43. But honestly, if you're in the mid 30s, you can still keep up with everybody. Because we're not going to hit 60 instantly, you know? In 35, you'll be able to group with everyone who's 51. So on and so forth. Alright, I'm going to take my AFK real quick. I'll be right back. I'm back. Thank you. Our raid is really slimmed down, but I mean, we're past our official time, so I can understand it slimming down a bit. I just hope we get a Thought Destroyer for Ace. Love for that guy to finish this epic. He's a cool dude. I raid with a lot of cool dudes. I don't think there's anybody I dislike. Which is rare, because I've been raiding in MMOs for like, I don't know, close to 20 years? And there's always someone that I dislike because they dislike me, or they're just a royal dick or something. I'm pretty abrasive. I don't think I've ever had anybody legitimately call me like a dick or anything like that. I mean, there's obviously been people in my life that have disliked me. But not because I'm overly mean. Maybe they think I talk too much, or I don't have the right kind of energy, which I'm fine with. I'm using a website called Rainwave. If you see on your screen, all I had to do was make it copyright free, and okay with them was use this widget that tells you what song is playing, and then occasionally it does a shout out to its own website, which you can actually opt out of, but I think that that's silly. I said, yeah, let it shout out as much as it wants to. It tells you what track is playing. It's called, I think the website's called rainwave.com. Let me check. Rainwave.cc. You can actually vote on what song is coming up next, and you don't have to join, you don't have to log in or anything like that. It's really nice because occasionally I like to vote on the upcoming song. And sometimes one vote is all you really need for it to select a song. If nobody else is voting. I don't know, I said voting weird. Voting. Yeah. That too. I love when you don't have to sign up for something and you can still use its full abilities. It's the best one I've found. Because every option out there for copyright-free music, like if you use YouTube, from when I use YouTube, I can watch videos all day without being at my desk and listen to music all day. But the second I'm streaming, it asks me if I'm listening every like 5 or 10 minutes. So annoying to stop the music to do that. And of course it's even double annoying because I'm trying to stream. I don't want to have to worry about that shit when I'm streaming. Then I bought a bunch of copyright-free music because it was a nice pack on like Humble Bundle. I got like 20 albums, and I tried that for a while. That was okay. But again, it was just playing, like I had it randomized, and it was still playing the same 5 songs over and over and over again, and occasionally pulling one from the 200 pack that it didn't play enough. What else is there? There's a bunch of other resources out there, and they all kind of suck. There was one called Pretzel Bytes that I used years ago when I streamed. That was the best, but now that's paid to use. There's no free version of it. That's how I used to play chiptunes. But then I found this, and I was like, ooh, this is perfect. How do I get it to be okay for streaming? And they have a website dedicated to building the widget for you. It takes 10 seconds to do it. You import it right into OBS. It's amazing. Well, I find that I like tech, I like learning new programs and applications. And I find that with streaming, you never get anything right the first time you want something or the first time you want to try something. Trial and error is it's just part of streaming. I mean, so what? I started 3 weeks ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago, something like that. You can go back to watch a VOD from back then, and I couldn't even talk and get my mic working correctly, Micro was there, he could tell you. And then now look at it. I got like fancy widgets, and follower goals, and I've hit affiliate. I have a dumb talking goblin. I even have, some viewers. And the first day I did this, I think, there might have been one random passerby, and it was mostly just me and Micro shooting the shit. And I'm thankful I have his support. I'm thankful I have your support as well, and that you actually want to chime in and talk. Even if it's not directly EQ related. It helps me stay awake, and I appreciate that greatly. And again, my ultimate goal is just to get this stuff on YouTube, which I've been uploading like every single time I do a video. And those even get a few views. Like, I think one had like 19 views, which is it's not a lot of views, but if that video helped somebody even a modicum of tiny bit of help, I'm thankful that I did it then. It's my whole goal. I hate searching YouTube for Project Quarm and seeing nothing. So the fact that I have something there for people to look at, and maybe the raids are informative for people who want to do a raid. They're like, oh, you know what? I want to check out the raid. This idiot did it for 5 hours. It can't be that hard. I'm sure I'd get more views if it was any other class besides Ranger. I've worked in tech too long to want to learn it from scratch. I need some kind of pointers. I'm all about cutting corners. Some of these remixes, though, are like stellar on here. I can't find this stuff on YouTube to play, copyright free anyway. Rainwave just has better stuff. Especially because it's all video game related, and obviously, you know, we're all linked in that for that very reason. I think the next thing I want to do is set up a toggle for muting and unmuting my mic so that I don't have to use push to talk after my children go to bed. Because I feel like it would cut out some of the dead air. I want to get to talking more. And not just, you know, talking to fill the dead air. Just like actually talking. Speaking my mind. I mean, I would much rather it be engagement with viewers. But it's something I know that I can improve upon greatly. I just can't do it when my kids are awake because then you guys would just be listening to nothing but them scream at each other. Or my wife scream at them. Or me scream at them. But it'll have to be like an after hours toggle. Something I don't bother with until after like 11:30 p.m. or something my time. And I'd still be able to keep push to talk on my own. Oh, that's something I didn't consider. How will I handle push to talk? Because you guys would hear me talking to my guild, and that would be confusing. Oh, I'm no cult leader. I barely even like Kool-Aid. I don't have a god complex yet. I mean, I don't share this with the group. I could potentially have 120 viewers, or 120k viewers. Although I'm sure that would equate to actually maybe 120 actual people. It's amazing how we can have 120 people in that group, and then you share something, and it only gets like 3k views, and that seems like a lot. But sadly, even if the rule didn't exist, I feel like I would get 0 viewers out of that group. Nobody wants to hear the Slime Lord talk unless we're friends already. Do those guys still help you out after you reach affiliate, or is it just like a one and done thing? I feel like sometimes they pop in, but those might be your WoW buds. I can't tell. Unless they specifically say so. I don't really have any way to attribute to my quote success unquote besides the fact that I've been lucky enough to get some raids. But I feel like even with raids, nobody talks. You know, you get a 13-person raid and nobody talks. No followers, no nothing. But they sit there and they watch. And I guess Twitch is a lot more lurking than I assumed. I could see you doing something like that, Matthew. I'd be honored to give it a listen or a watch if you do ever decide to do something like that. Yeah, I wish more people chatted, dude. That's my biggest thing. When I tune into a random person's, chat, especially it's gonna be EQ. I don't watch any other game. But if I'm tuning in, I give them 30 seconds. If I hear dead air, I'll watch a little bit. And I'll ask them. I always break the ice. How's it going? What are you up to, man? And then that will determine whether or not I actually want to watch that person, if they engage with me. If it's just like, oh hey, and that's it, I'll try my best to keep engaging for a couple more minutes. But if they don't want anything, it's like, I'm out after that. You gotta be willing to talk to the people. Yeah, I just like supporting people. Especially if you can make it entertaining. This game is not entertaining whatsoever to watch. So the fact that there's even 200 people who want to watch, like total for EverQuest, there's a lot more now that Teek's around, but that's going to die down very soon. So anybody who wants to come in and engage, like that's really important to me. I will try my best to engage. I hate missing questions. And I know there's a point where in every streamer's career, if they keep getting more and more popular, you lose that touch, that personal touch. It's not like somebody random in a 500 viewer stream can say hi, and then the streamer's not going to say hi back. You have to lose that personal touch. So I want to keep the community small, yet successful enough for me to want to keep doing it. I want to make friends. This is the butt dial. 4-hour, 5-hour, 6-hour butt dials. Yeah, it's nice. I even like when my wife gets to pop in occasionally and make fun of me. She's pretty supportive with all this. She doesn't have to let me raid. She could tell me she hates it and for me to quit, and I would instantly. But she's really cool about it, so. Sometimes I go a little overboard and like ignore my family, and I shouldn't do that. That's what I need to trim back on. She doesn't mind that I play. She just minds when I'm like doing it for 12 hours. Not streaming, mind you, but if I turn into a freaking potato doing it, that's my own fault, and I deserve to get yelled at. Yeah, it is. It's got to be. It's got to be a rare thing. But that's how things go like viral, man. Like at the point where you can't interact with your own stream, you're probably just making a ton of money at that point. So you're gonna want to keep doing it for that purpose alone. And you're gonna have to try to figure out how to engage with people like in different ways. I keep egging my wife on to play and get. Well, she is playing, but I want her to get into the groove and start leveling up. I really just want her to be a part of the community in this guild. I think she would like these guys a lot. I think she's really missing that sort of thing. She missed the aspect, the social aspect from WoW. And I told her, you can get that here. These guys, they never sleep. It's a really good bunch, and I've been in a few guilds on this server, and these are by far my favorite. Yeah, that's the thing that there's going to be a point where you have so many viewers, if you're successful enough, and I hope everybody finds that success one day, but there's a battle there. There's an internal struggle of you becoming popular enough to have so many people, it's a problem. I kind of hope I never get there. I don't want to ignore people. I'm here to talk. I'm not here to just be a TV channel. Yeah, 200's a lot. It's a lot to handle, especially if people are talking. Oh, what you said, 25% of viewers chat? That's still what? Like 50 people or so that are chatting at the same time? That can really flood a chat quickly. To the point where you'll need like real moderators and not bots. Man, we keep killing these clerics for our poor paladin. Not one thought destroyer, man. That's gotta be soul crushing. Let's call it in and you can like bet with them. So if you win the bet, do you get like double the channel points or something? Or is it just more or less like a participation type thing? That's cool. I like that. I still just have to work on the channel points in general, since I only have one custom. Uh-oh. Tell me a story. Alright, give me a moment to think about a good one. I never really clarified with the stories of whether or not they have to be gaming related or not, but I'm just gonna go wild and just... So this story involves Micro, since we used to live in Florida together. When we were all kids, we lived in a huge trailer park that was like, I don't know, probably like a mile across. It was huge. It was a huge plot of land. And it was basically a city amongst ourselves. And on the borders, there was in one of the corners of the trailer park, it bordered a woodland, and the woodland was a couple of miles. You know, us kids would go back there and ride our bikes, what have you. But for whatever reason, all the kids, all the boys, we found out that there was like these little tangerine trees back there, and they were too small. They were I don't know what breed of tangerines they were, but they were tiny and pretty much inedible. They were very, very sour. But we decided that that was the perfect ammunition to do like a fruit war, like a tangerine war. And there was these things called air potatoes down in Florida as well. They were just like these little lumpy things that would grow above ground. And I found out what they were later. They can be they are edible if you cook them correctly, but they're poisonous otherwise. That's besides the point. Us boys decided that those air potatoes and those tangerines would be the perfect ammunition to wage a two-sided war. And we would go into the woods for like on a Saturday, and then we would do a stalemate in like the middle of the day, and then come back on the Sunday, and we would just throw and pelt each other with these things, and like really hurt the hell out of each other with these things. But that was boys being boys right there. Yeah, so Micro can tell you that we beat the shit out of each other with these fruits. You'd come out of the woods being just completely sticky with citrus and with bruises all over you, and your parents are like, "What the hell happened to you?" And we're like, "Oh, we were just playing in the woods." So yeah, the Great Tangerine Wars of Florida. I got to participate in those. I look fondly back on those memories, and welcome back from the ad break. And yes, it almost is like the Trailer Park Boys script, with probably just a lot less marijuana. I love that show. I mean, we played like firecracker baseball in those woods. We did bike stuff in those woods. We went fishing in those woods. We found a boat in the tiny little pond that was submerged. We pulled it out of the muck and mud. We repaired it. It got stolen. So many things happened in those little tiny woods. We got to see the endangered gopher turtles. I lived in those woods for, well, not like really, but as a kid, I spent so much time, I felt like I lived in those woods for, summers at a time. We'd go out there in the winter just to see the pond, see if it froze over, but it wouldn't, because it was Florida and winter got to like 70, which was cold for people. We'd we'd cut up palm fronds, and use them as swords, and we'd always end up with bloody hands. And we'd go into the woods and start that crap and whip each other with vines. I think every little boy, maybe even some little girls, if they're into it, should go spend some time in the woods. But as a kid, you just want to go exploring. You want to go do weird shit in the woods. I did it a lot when I lived in New York. When I lived in Long Island. You really can't do that in Brooklyn. Yeah, of course. There was a certain type of woods you could go to Brooklyn, but it would just see dead bodies and stuff. Like back behind the ghetto buildings. Behind the project buildings, because I grew up in the project. But when I lived in the island, like in Patchogue, we had lots of woodland. And we would just go back there, and there's people digging holes. Not for bodies, but just like kids building forts and stuff. You miss out on that so much. But that was also a time when your parents' biggest concern was that you come back. The biggest concern was that your parents come back when the streetlights come on. That's all gone now. I can't let my kid out of my sight. Yeah, we didn't even build ramps out of wood. We built it out of dirt. We just went out there with a shovel. Chowtakuya? I probably butchered that big time. Chattaquia? Or Chautauqua? Chautauqua? Man, I used to live in a town called Thonotosassa in Florida, okay? The way I look at native words, like Native American words, I only have to learn the one that's important to me. But man, like, just tell people were like, "Where the hell do you live?" I'm like, Thonotosassa. They're like, "Can you spell that for me?" I'm like, "Actually, I can," and I'm very proud of it. Kutaqua. Kutaquia? Then that means you need to weasel your way into a fireplace group early, or they just accept you, but you need to get into that fireplace. Fireplace will take you to 26-ish. Then you want to go downtown to the basement. Yeah, that's exactly what he just said. What Micro said. Where do you live, Thonotosassa? What? Just Tampa, or whatever. My mom lived in Thonotosassa for years and years and years. She still can't spell it. Now she lives in Dover, so it's much easier on her. Although she's done with Florida. At the beginning of next year, I think she wants out. She says she wants to come up here. But we'll see. She's kind of flippy-floppy. She says that the winters would kill her up here, but I'm like, you don't even have to leave your house as an elderly person here. All your groceries can get delivered to your house, and you only have to pay Walmart like $10 a month to do it. It was a very unique way to grow up, the way we did. And I think that's gone now. I just don't think the world is a place where that can exist anymore. Gated or not. I'm like a little sad that my kids won't be able to grow up that way. But I could tell you right now, if she's ever telling me like, can I go outside and play? It's already like, as soon as the sun starts going down, no way you're coming inside. Or I'm constantly popping out to make sure she's okay. Then you want to go down.
Chautauqua. Dennis. Chautauqua.
Chautauqua. Yeah, that's exactly. Chautauqua. Okay, I get it. Thanks for the clarification. Oh, did it? It played over stream. That's so funny. I guess my audio is sourced to... Yeah, because of Rainwave. Because I have an audio source for Rainwave. That's why that happened. Yeah, I've only been here for 2 years. I did 11 years in New York. 25 plus in Florida. Basically just in Tampa. And now I'm an Ohio guy. But I do feel... I feel so much more at home here than I did in Florida. Never really felt too comfortable in New York. As a kid, I didn't mind growing up in the projects and all that because I didn't know any better. Just walking around Brooklyn, I didn't feel any fear whatsoever as an 11-year-old boy. But When I went back when I was like 16, I don't know. I felt really uneasy walking around the streets. It didn't help that the neighborhood had gotten significantly worse, though. Damn. We did all the Banshees, and we didn't get the 5% pop. That sucks for our Paladin. We'll be wrapping this up soon. I think we're just going to kill one more mob for Warrior Epics, and then we'll be done for the night. But Sam's going to be sleeping until like 3. So I might hop on my lizard or something, keep the stream going. What the hell is this song? Metal Gear Solid. Okay. Oh yeah, for sure. Sam was asking me about my lizard today. She's like, do you think if you get it to my level, we can play together? I'm like, I don't think I fully explained what's happening in the Kunark early release. I cannot leave Kunark with my lizard, and you cannot visit me in Kunark on my lizard. You'd have to make your own lizard. She's like, ah, okay, that's weird. She's like, so the Kunark itself is not out yet. I'm like, no, it's early release. She's like, but people are completing their epics. I'm like, yes, it's a giant confusing mess. I have the mage, yeah, and it's just a little bit higher than hers. But she was just curious because she knows I'm interested in the lizard. But that necromancer is going to be a very slow burn. I never even capped my first one. But I will absolutely cap one of them. I just don't know which one yet. She's just trying to stay interested in what I got going on. Because unfortunately, you know, had to break the news to her that I have to go back to 100% raid attendance for a little bit. At least for, definitely for this month, which is a month early. And then maybe a month or two after the expansion releases. I'll have to pick one of those 4 raid days to take off the schedule once I don't need that raid. But it's hard because, you know, I want to go for loot, I want to go for DKP, I want to go for camaraderie, but I also want to give her the time she needs. She's very important to me. Wow, this song is awful. I wish you could skip Rainwave songs, but you can't. Who voted for this? This is... Maybe it's because I just don't like Metal Gear Solid? Hey, congrats on 23. My raid is officially over, so I'm going to go get to a safe spot back in the EC tunnel where I live. Yeah, that's not bad. Two and a half hours for a level? Yeah, that's not bad at all. So go park this ranger and then I'll get on Zalgoth. It's gonna be a little rough on that necromancer. I've been partying with him with my guild, and he's 7, so it's like one level before the next pet spell. So it's gonna be hard for me to actually solo shit. But we'll see. I have fear. Fear's sometimes all you need. It could either make or break me because of social aggro. Hey, I got my 2% back that I lost from Death Touches. Just overall, with it, you only get 10% actual experience in the raid instances. If we were doing like actual live instances or live raids instead of the instances, we'd be getting a ton of EXP back. But it's only 10% of normal EXP. But still, that was enough to get me the 2% I was missing. Yeah, they do a lot of Mega Man songs on Rainwave, and they're all really excellent versions or remixes. Got some Battletoads coming up next. I threw my vote into it. Good lord, we have a level 21 lizard in our guild already. That is bananas. I'm running low on ranger droppings. I'm actually gonna have to go buy food. That's bananas. I don't want to do that. Too cheap to buy real food. I still got 9 roots, a couple pieces of rabbit, and some fruit. I'm good. Alright, let's log over to the lizard. I think I really dialed in my avatar's speech recognition. I went searching like for hours last night to see if there was any PNG tuber program that had a push-to-talk function. Because I don't like when that guy talks up there, and I'm not actually talking. Like if somebody sneezes in the background, he flaps his gums. But apparently, it's just really all I had to do was adjust the sensitivity. The threshold. I feel stupid now, thinking about it today when I looked at it. I'm like, why didn't I just do this last night? Instead of finding a program that actually had push-to-talk. Because there's no PNG Tube program that has push-to-talk. I know it's all technobabble, but... You know, of course, the simplest solution was staring me right in the face, but I was too tired last night to see it. Zalgoth. Here we go. Lizard. Let me get the hell out of the pit, because it is deadly in the pit. And that's where I was grouping. There are only 34 people in the Field of Bone proper. Christ. The secret is out. My guild knows I'm streaming, so now they're coming to invade. I'll let it hit me. I don't care. I got fear. Oh, thank you for the Prime sub. That's awesome. I appreciate that. Now, who is I Am Blurry? Who is that in my guild? Thank you, Dookie. Boys, more subs. This is ridiculous. Thank you guys. You guys were all famous for a little bit. To my 5 viewers, they just watched 4.5 hours of us doing nothing. This pet is so worthless. I mean, he was awesome when I hit level 4, and even like 5 and 6, he's fine. At 7, he's like at his maximum uselessness. I can't solo anything with it, so I'm gonna have to fear. Oh, you know what I just realized? I appreciate the follows as well, guys. But none of my stream sounds are working. I used to have a cool ding, the EQ ding for when somebody followed. I got no noises, and I don't know if that's because I have my You know what? Maybe my sounds aren't playing for stream goals because I don't have desktop audio hooked up anymore because of the Discord situation. That bums me out. I wanted to hear those dings. No, I haven't been talking for a few minutes. I I realized that there was an issue with my audio cues for Twitch. They're not playing. So like when I get a follow or sub, apparently no one's hearing them, and I don't know why that is. And that's gonna bug me until I figure it out. Ah, I wish to hell I could hear any of those. 4 people followed and got a bunch of subs. It was just really cool. I just don't understand why I couldn't hear them. I forget what the hand drops, but it's a decent camp. If you do fireplace, you have you do the bar, and then there's the savant in the other room, and then you could even do hand at fireplace. Oh, hand in the MR? Damn. Probably gonna have to wrap it up before too long here. I forgot I have to walk the dog. Well, Micro, I hope you get some more levels in there tonight. But I'm gonna call this stream for good for the night. I need to figure out a couple of issues, but first and foremost, I gotta go walk my dog before I go to bed. So I just wanted to thank you guys for hanging out, watching me. I'll be back tomorrow for like way too many raid shenanigans. Now that they filled the hole, they filled the hole with a bunch of epic stuff. So I'm sure we're gonna spend way more time in the hole than we normally do. Dragon should be fine. Anyway, guys, you guys have a really good night. BD, thank you very much.